Good evening, everybody. How are we all doing today? I just learned something weird and amazing and interesting, and my brain's still trying to process it. Hi, Nikki. You're also a cutie.
Pig! So cute.
Also you, thank you. So, I have to tell you this before we get to Phoenix Wright. Because I what? My brain is struggling with this. So male bees, what are called drones. Now, I'm sure we all know a little bit about drones, about like the fact that basically their entire purpose is to mate. Hello, Red Mage. But it's weirder than that. Male bees only have one set of sex chromosomes. Literally, they're essentially just sperm with wings. They don't have a full set of chromosomes because their only purpose is to make babies. The weird consequence of that is because they, in spite of being male, they only have the female sex chromosome to pass on, which means that every drone bees don't have fathers and cannot have sons, but do have grandfathers and can have grandsons. What? Fucking biology is wild. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Thank you for the gifted sub to Joshua Caleb and the gifted sub to Nikki. Both much appreciated. Yeah, Josh, that's what's been happening to me for the last 10 minutes. Hello, Nobugu. Look at you, cutie. But yeah, my brain has been just in a loading loop for a while. Fucking... What? Why are bees so weird and cool? Peter! Slow down! My god! Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Thank you for a gifted sub to Nobugu. That was very quick. Oh. Okay. Let's go into something that I can maybe understand. Which is this game where I think we're the baddies now. We're supporting the bad guy. Or defending. But we don't have a choice, because if we don't, Maya will die. Which is not good. But yeah, our client hired the assassin that killed the victim. We've been defending this fucker all along. It's true, Pider. You are cute and lovely and wonderful and sweet and amazing and also incredibly generous. You're a sweetheart. Oh no. Oh no, my throat is a little bit... Oh no. I hope this doesn't fuck up my ability to do voices. It probably won't. This music doesn't seem right. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? What? No? Oh no. Oh no? This is the start of the game. No? No, this is the start of the game. Zach, I'm objecting. I think I maybe started a new game over my save slot. In which case... Oh no! This is... No, this is exactly right. No, I didn't. That was a callback to the first case. No, I think this is the right case. That was a callback to the first case. And now Phoenix said, I have to get... God damn it, Piter! Thank you for the gifted sub to Lumberzack. I've been live for 10 minutes and you've gifted 4 subs. That is absurd. Hello, this is Phoenix, right? No? Okay, so I did not fuck up. That was just a callback to the first case, which made me think I fucked up. You don't look so well, dude. This is the villain. You gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Ugh. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix! Oh. Oh, is it gonna be Big Titty Pearl? It's fucking Big Titty Pearl. Ugh. This game gets weird and bad sometimes. Mia! Maya! How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times is when you have to force your biggest smiles. But... You can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Ah! It's at a cursed on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore, I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Ah! Gumshoe! I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then, you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on that guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can and find the killer. We can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. He wants me to draw out Mr. Edgeworth's penis. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. Haha, me and Mr. Edgeworth sure can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix? You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Angard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Angard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? I hear they have some sort of creed. Yes, one Karita was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt Angard. What a surprising turn of events. I'm sorry, Zach! Every time they say it, I think about it. I'm sorry. I'm bad at jokes. I accept that. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. Nikki, are you perhaps thinking of some sort of marine predator? But it seems so small. Almost like a juvenile. What on earth could that be? We still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please. You don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Oh, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. Oh, Will Powers, you're not a nothing sort of guy. I love you. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Angard's room. Okay, sure.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room.
Oh my god. He's such a pretty boy in this scene. I hate him.
Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume.
Holy shit, that's the assassin.
He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Angard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? I'ma speak really, really slowly to draw this out as much as I can. Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? That seems like a terrible way to deal with a trap. I went by myself to match room. I'm gonna press on everything. I suspect I know where I need to press, but... The defendant's room? Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats.
No, I think that's pretty accurate, Nikki.
What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright!
What is it?
You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer!
I know you're... Will. I defended you before. It's fine. No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Okay, he has a point, though. Every time? Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then?
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? The title was right! Standing there in front of his room. Are you sure that was Matt on guard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then you really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Talking with someone, at first I thought it was the bellboy. This is the one I need to press. Why did he change his mind? At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. Will! That's the most frustrating thing. Oh. You sweet, dumb man, you. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? It's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think.
This has been incredibly unuseful. So who are these guests you're talking about, who definitely didn't include me?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude, since I invited you guys, if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? I do. Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Oh. I thought I did. I ended up focusing on her. I think I skipped a text box which probably said something about Maya or Pearl. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Interesting. So it looks like I need to present something. I'm just not sure what. Why can't I get anything out of this? What do you mean by that?
I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a sec. This is new. Oh, is it because we found out about the tip that we now get extra info here? Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated...
You know, I did feel something was weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
I know yours too, apparently.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right?
Gave the bellboy a tip. That's not a lot to go on. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Oh, well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was, because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
But that's when something even more surprising happened. He whipped his dick out and gave him the tip of that.
No.
The bellboy was putting the tip he got into his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The bellboy's face! which is clearly a man in a skin suit. The same man in the same skin suit. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old Gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out.
Gross. Ugh. Stop that. Ah! He was there, at Enguarde's house. He was that butler.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Enguarde was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Enguarde would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, we have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. That's easy for Phoenix. Yes, Chief.
You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What did you just say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
I want to ask him about the tip as well. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Hey, Ilvi! Not much. We found out that Will Powers saw the assassin, but he thought the assassin was a bellboy, and he saw Matt give a ton of money to the bellboy. I'm gonna raise an objection just because, like, my objective here is to make the trial last longer. Yeah, but basically we need the trial to go on as long as possible because Gumshoe is out there trying to save Maya, and as soon as he's found Maya, then we can get the fucker declared guilty. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Because you believe in justice, fucker! You went away for a year to find that out! He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. Okay, so we confirm that Phoenix does all of this pro bono. How does he eat?
So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. He doesn't use hair gel, Nobugu. That's just how his hair is, on account of he's a shark.
Then the bellboy the witness saw...
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now! Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? No, but that's because you make up a shit ton of evidence. I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley the Killer? That's a really fucking dumb name.
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? So did you, Phoenix. Oh my god, how have you forgotten this?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Chen! Hello? Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. Hello, Trom. Originally a hockey player until they tried a two-handed swing on an opposing player. Would have been just suspended if he had used a hockey stick. What's the implication? What did he use? Because that's terrifying. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. Hell yeah, Edgeworth doing all he can to extend this. Hello, assassin.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin...
Chen? Thank you for the... I can't see the exact amount, but I think $16.36 to bring us up to $269.69. Incredibly generous. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Oh shit, Chen, I can't believe I blamed you for what Simpology was doing. God, how completely unfair of me. Wait! That's you! Ha 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 ha! This is no laughing matter. I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. Tell us all about your bathroom habits.
They call me Mr.
Ah, Sketch! Thank you for the raid! Do I have any mods in chat? Doesn't look like it. Ah! How are you enjoying Elden Ring? Seriously, thank you for the raid, Sketch. It is incredibly kind. You know what? Everybody who plays that game seems to love that game. And I know there are exceptions, but it really looks like From knocked this one out of the park. So yeah, maybe one day I'll even play it. But first I should beat Dark Souls 1. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. That, like, you don't need to be a hardcore Soulsborne lover to get into this one. Nah, no language rules. Like, standard, like, no bigotry and things, but, I mean, I know you know that. Oh, Sketch! If there were fucking language rules, I would have broken them probably in, like, the first 2 minutes of stream. So don't worry. I was playing Monopoly last night, and, language rules were non-existent. Wait, I skipped over his entire bathroom thing. What time was it? Oh, well, I don't remember. T, I'm sorry to tell you this. That's not your pen. The cat let you borrow the pen, and it is time to give it back. Well, I don't remember. Your watch ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? Thank you for the dutes, Shadow Mage. And I went to match room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. Shadow Mage, thank you for these 6 nickels. Incredibly kind. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. That's 6 nickels, not 30 nickels. We're not doing this again, Nikki. Yeah, I've heard that there are very good grinding spots that mean if you get stuck, it's much better. No, 30 bits, 6 nickels. I said it right. Don't you dare, Shadow Mage. Keep some of your money for yourself. Yes, obtain food. Oh my god. No. Thank you for the 30 nickels, Shadow Mage. How dare you? Gummy's been doing this thing lately, where if he wants attention, he'll just reach up and bite me. Like, I'll just be sitting at my desk, and he'll reach up and bite my arm. It's very cute, but he doesn't know how to bite softly, so it also hurts. That's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Sorry you're having a miserable time, Shadow Mage. I hope I can at the very least distract you from that. Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
But, you see, well, he had stitches. He had those stitches in his face. Ah. So, I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So, which room did the bellboy come out of?
One Karita's room.
Thank you for the 11 bits, Chan, and for the hug to Shadow Mage.
Could it be the legendary Super Swine?
God, I cannot believe how delayed some of my alerts are.
The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was one's room, alright.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? You're right, Trum. He be snitchin', he gets stitchin'. That bellboy did seem kinda out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Apart from, you know, the stitches on his face and the fact that you saw him earlier speaking to the person accused of murder? Hell yeah, assassin! You gotta have decoys. Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next?
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of...
Excuse me, princess.
Hello, Ninten.
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray, either. You'd call that a little strange, too, wouldn't you?
I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... No. I've got to do everything I can, at least short-term, to make this work. So I cannot let it slide. There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
There really, really is.
There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Oh, that went worse. Good. Edgeworth, are you gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request.
Heck! Oh, those were Chen's bits, just like 3 minutes late. Thank you again.
Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
It's the only explanation in 10. Or at least the only one I'll accept. So, you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand.
Botspot really loves you, Nikki.
And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
We could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof. Then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. And I know just the thing. In the crime photo, the tray with the juice is on the table. So the bellboy left the tray. It's really not that weird. Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and...
Look, people get scars sometimes. People get surgery sometimes. Although, admittedly, this is a Phoenix Wright game. So, yeah. Stitches be suspicious. That worked better in my head. So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? I love that this is giving the epic music for that line.
Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
Aw, Shadow Mage. I hope things get better. I would like to ask the court to please take a look here.
This is the crime scene.
There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurida's body. Liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here... anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
Oh, Shadow Mage, you're talking about Receiver? That sucks. It sucks to be doing well in a game and then it fucks up. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time?
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? What does that mean? You can't just say that. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh, yeah! I almost forgot! What? That bellboy. He was wearing gloves.
Yeah, he's a fucking bellboy. At a fancy hotel. That's not surprising. Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones.
Okay, that's...
All the other bellboys didn't wear gloves like that, right?
Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Ah,
Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. A lot of people wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
Yeah, maybe he's just a goth. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Okay, that was a worse analogy.
but that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves.
Yeah, Nintendo. That's what makes his work so difficult as an assassin, because the whole club is always looking at him.
I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest?
Oh yes, please tell us more.
Okay. After leaving one's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat.
So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room?
Yeah, I kinda saw all that by accident while I was spying.
Some accident. I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, the bellboy is sus, T. The bellboy is the assassin. We're just trying to drag this this case on as long as possible because we need Maya to get saved before we can get Matt found guilty. Yeah. Like, our client revealed at the end of last stream, he's the villain. He is the one who paid the assassin. And the cops are trying to find Maya now. Basically, everything Phoenix is trying to do is to extend this. Because the longer we can extend the trial, the more time the cops have. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying.
Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in sort of a sneaky spy-like...
I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Gave something to the person inside the room. I said hold it.
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. So something I need to point out. On the left side of Will's face, the way it's been drawn makes it look like he's just got weird fat rolls. The right side of his face doesn't have that. But on the left side, there's this single line on his cheek that goes into his beard that just makes it look like his cheek is all fat rolls. Because if I have to see it, so do you all. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about this something. He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something?
Ha ha ha! If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I?
Also you, Nikki.
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I suspect so, Shadow Mage. Because Edgeworth is generally working with the police.
I think it was something kind of small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point. Namely, what did the bellboy do next?
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing...
Wait. I need to know who it is. Ask about the person inside. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? My god, Nintendo, you've cracked the case.
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Only an arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the scene of the crime was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
I wonder if it wasn't the suicide note.
Well, let's see. I think it was... No.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
If I saw it again, I could say for sure. I think it was some sort of wooden statue? Do we have anything like that? Oh, shit! It was this figurine? The problem is, we got this from Matt's house. What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Now speak up.
It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Yeah, Nintendo. For Ganonat.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, take a deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item?
Oh, hey! That's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt on Guard's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated one Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then, the bear being found at Mr. Angard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client. That's a problem.
Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. I didn't, but thank you. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court. I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Okay, firstly, that we're not friends. We're fuck buddies, but it's mostly hate fucks, so I don't know where that puts us. Secondly, you're probably correct. Ah, I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Yeah, that'll do, Shadow Mage. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
No? Well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
I don't think there's any issue with Will's testimony. He's a dumb sweetheart, but I don't think there's any issue with that. We can make a pretty good guess on the person who received the bear being Matt. It was either him or Adrian, and she doesn't seem to have known about it and was in his house. So, the bear itself? I guess? Apparently that was correct. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear? Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh! That's actually quite clever.
Oh!
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion. Get that bear to testify!
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright.
You know, T, you say that, but we've had a parrot testify. I can imagine them pulling off some bullshit.
There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Ooh. Disaster avert. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard's mansion as its butler.
What a bold move!
The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. Nintendo, I assume it was like a proof thing? Like, here is something from the victim's room to prove that I was the one who did it.
What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to...
I plan to expose a clear, shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony.
What? There is still another one?
There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. Yes, Nintendo, I don't know. Maybe Matt really liked that one particular teddy bear. Oh my god. This is a wooden bear covered in cuts. The missing suicide note is inside the bear, isn't it? What I love and hate about these games is the fact that I can even think that. And there's a non-zero chance I'm right. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
So I'm doing this again. So, we did not get a chance to, like, at least give me a description of the arm of the person who took the thing. The person who received the bear, I guess. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. Gave something to the person inside the room. I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear. We can't be sure of... Oh! Huh?
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why.
I think you're right, Nintendo. This man clearly has IBS.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm. But, the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it.
You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai.
It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt on Guard is the Nickel Samurai. No, Nintendo. I want that sentence exactly as it is.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion.
Correct, Nikki. And I'm pretty sure that's the next thing we're going to bring up to throw doubt.
As well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in this room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright? You could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? Obviously object! Like, I lose if I hear the verdict. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is one dirty trick. Shit, you've got a point, T. If I run from the room with poop dribbling out of the bottom of my pants, he'll have to postpone handing down the verdict. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. Wendy Oldbag.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to throw under the bus my one-time friend Larry Butts. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews?
Yes.
Are we the baddies?
In this case, Nintendo, we really, really are. Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on Guard for the crime. By wearing a spare Nickel Samurai costume.
Oh! Then the Nickel Samurai's arm that I saw.
That could very well have been Miss Andrews.
But what about Mr. On Guard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. Another bad run, Shadow Mage? The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
Shadow Mage. Oh, T, if it makes you feel better, Shadow Mage is mostly concerned about a very accurate and incredibly frustrating gun simulator. around, Shadow Mage. And one day I will.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. That's because there is 0. When there's 0, you can't even begin to count. Checkmate, fuck face. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell on guard did it. Can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order, order, order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? Hey! That's what Nintendo wondered. And I'm sure not only Nintendo, but... He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to on guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. It contains a vial of Mr. Karida's cum. We don't know what anybody would want with that, except possibly to clone him and raise him as your own son. That's the only explanation we could come up with. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. Shadow Mage, why? I mean, you're right, but... Also, another witness. This is gonna be old bag. It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Oh, that's much easier on my throat.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess.
Ah! Nintendo, no! No, that's very bad. You're not wrong, but that's a very bad thing to say. Don't make me get the spray bottle.
Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian.
Ugh, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Oh, that'll be Maya. A really strong power? Hell yeah. Okay. I miss the days when this is what ringtone sounded like. Because I would entirely have had this ringtone. Oh, Mr. Nick! Your phone is... It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto.
That's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time.
If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
If I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's being rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! Looked like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. Oh my god, is this all coming full circle? Is the assassin going to be like one of the circus people? Is the clown the assassin all along? But I can see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away. Yeah, T, it does kind of suck. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The very big circus.
Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. So it's the same circus. God.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And? I can see a mailbox under the window, just outside. Gumshoe! There's also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. Holy shit, is this like Acro's room?
I heard her! An old office building. Good stuff, pal.
Okay, just hang in there.
Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
Call you later. So don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Courts will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. Hello, Yui! However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. I fucking knew it. It's a puzzle box and the suicide note is inside the puzzle box. God damn this game. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Oh god, one witness, just once, completely fucking with us. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship.
I mean, LV, that only works if you already know that there's something inside it. But yes, I agree. You take the Gordian knot approach.
Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. I'm not going to press her on everything. I'm more curious if she knows the correct order. So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh! This is most interesting.
A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. You know, it doesn't work if you keep showing the same picture.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
Think he's lost it. What do you find after you take the puzzle apart? Small cavity. How do you know about this? That's what I wanted to ask. I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
And this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. I've already pressed on that. Have I? No. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country. This ambiguous country, which is never named because it has to be slightly foreign, but also slightly familiar.
But this looks like it can something. I missed that. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Yeah, it really does have San Francisco vibes. Really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as one never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? You don't know anything about this figurine. You should try to find out more for now. Keep pressing her for more. Okay, so the only one I didn't press was this first one. A puzzle? That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
Fuck you, I said no spoilers! Hi, Crow. I would store a small piece of kryptonite and deliver it to Superman. True enough. The people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. Mr. Wright, more like Mr. Tight, like his butthole, because he's in a very tense state, just like the situation. The situation? Grim, just like the Grim Reaper, who came to whisk Mr. Kurita, because he died, like Maya could end up, being held somewhere in the state. That's the current situation. Look, it all came full circle, just like I'm gonna come in Mr. Edgeworth's full circle. Sorry, Nintendo, I just had to riff on the ending there. Oh god, Crow, that would be amazing. It's a bit long for a quote, T. Nikki immediately got the ah. I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Fine. I will add it. And I will even add my addition. Can't believe you're making me do this, but I'm also proud of you for making me do this. Oh my god, Buttspot, you're not allowed to do that. It's a very long quote. But it does also, thanks to Buttspot, include the line, the buttuation. Buttspot butted here for justice. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside? It's Mr. Kurita's cock ring, which he hides from all his fans.
That's right. That's what we're going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews as she solves the puzzle. Click. I've opened it. Oh, everybody's incompetent in this world. Bro, it's fine. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is. Do we, Mr. Wright? I fucking called it and I hate it. It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by one Kurita's former manager, Celestin Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. It was written on the back of this Taco Bell receipt. We're not sure why she didn't find a clean piece of paper for something so important. And given the greasiness of Taco Bell's food, it's barely legible, but we'll do what we can. Hidden by the victim, one Corrida himself. It seems Celestine Pax had very beautiful handwriting. And she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celestine Pax left to us a record of all that had happened to her.
Oh boy, I'm so hungry I could eat an Octorok.
God, 10! The timing of that! I love the idea that that's her suicide note. I imagine that being read out by the judge. Oh. About being used and then thrown away by On Guard. About being engaged to Corrida and On Guard's role in destroying that. Please, I need somebody to clip that. It was too perfect to disappear. And about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all.
And that's all Miss Pax had to say.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. On Guard.
Then, what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, one was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word!
That On Guard values above all else is refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. It's On Guard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slime ball lawyers out there who defend creeps, too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. And the only person who needed that note, who needed this note that badly, is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
Ugh. How am I supposed to escape from this one? It's fine, Nintendo. I don't really worry too much about clip names, just content, and it is much appreciated. Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! Suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these do I pursue? Thank you, Nikki. We've already looked at the figurine a lot. Let's see if we can figure out something with the suicide note. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh, so do I, T. It's so perfect. He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt on guard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Corrida until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I say that Matt on guard could not have known what was written on this note. Hell yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, LV. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order, order, order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Sedgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Uh-huh.
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. Shit, the camera.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard.
Order, order! Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor?
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Told off is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. Let me guess, there was a camera in its other eye? But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
That on guard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. On Guard learned of this suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Josh, stop! Don't look at him! The way he's sweating is just so... ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're gonna do next? What I'm gonna do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? Hell yeah, Phoenix! Embrace your inner frightened child. I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. He forgot to zip up his pants. That's right. He went to the bathroom, but now I can see his underwear. Very embarrassing for him. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Yeah, what is it? No... All of these have been investigated. All I can think is that it's the suicide note itself. Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? Obviously, I should present evidence. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. The only thing on the frame, though, was writing from Maya. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You are beginning to sound desperate.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Unfortunately, there's no way to look on the inside of the frame. I know there have been other cases, or other games where you can, like, move around the evidence, but unfortunately not this one. We did investigate it. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth, but you forgore. there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. It's either the photo or the suicide note. Don't think it's the bear. So, what I'm feeling is, he said it's in nice handwriting, but Edgeworth would have said if they'd had the handwriting tested. He never said that. So I think that's going to be the angle here. That there's no proof that this is actually her suicide note.
That is Miss Impax's suicide note, right?
Who knows? I think I'm on the right track. I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
Oh!
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. There have been a few cases before where they brought up handwriting analysis, so it kind of made sense to me that might be an angle to go after. Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you are the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. I did no such thing. Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Hell yeah!
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. God damn it. I really wanted to get home in time for my soap operas today. But it seems that will never happen. I'm just going to have to reheat some nuggies in the court microwave for dinner, because we'll never get out of here.
That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. Bro, it's all they've got. It's a courtroom. They don't have a full oven. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Oh god! Like, you're right, Crow, but that's such a gross thing. Guilty, 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 guilty.
What is that sound?
Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? Just fucking in court. What is with him? And what's with that sign? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
Sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry.
I wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
You found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal, don't you worry. I just need a little more time.
But
Don't tell me we don't have any more.
guilty, guilty, guilty! Gear, gear, gear! Do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and...
Oh! What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch!
Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Yes, Zach, you were. Court is in session. Edgeworth? The rumor come out. Does Miles Edgeworth is villain? Also, holy fuck, I'm proud of you, Shadow Mage. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... It is. It is, Crow.
I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Knew it would happen, but it's still good. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
Not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Antiques Butt is my favorite show. Wait! It's fucking 2 p.m. and this dude wants to go home? Fuck off! Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? You know what, Crow? I love Von Karma, but Edgeworth is just fucking iconic. The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time. Report.
Ah! Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right! It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence?
Ho ho ho! I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things you left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really? You have the assassin's pants? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. If those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
That's almost certainly a crime. What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I have to. Really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
Hell yeah. Justice first, law second. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright. Just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. Also, no traffic lights or stop signs. I'm pulling out all the stops.
Oh my god, I was right.
Running every red light.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this.
What?
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. Did he just have an accident?
No one can stop me.
It's fine, Whackfrost. He's got too much himbo energy. He'll survive. Nothing can kill him. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. Also, welcome. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. God, you're right, and then he... Oh. The Isekai truck. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Ninten, that's not how it works. You don't possess dead bodies. Dead spirits possess living bodies. You've got it all backwards. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Hell yeah, Shadow Mage. You would be a top-tier Isekai protagonist. You know what? For all the times they've turned Pearl into Big Titty Girl, which I really hate, the idea of Pearl with big man titties instead is very appealing. Why oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Like... It's gonna be fucking Mia. But that doesn't make sense. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. I was not aware of that, Tinker. I've only got the original trilogy on Steam, but I'm hoping the other ones come, because there's so many good things in some of the other games. So yeah, I hope to see that. Not the transmitter? Wait. 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 Oh my god. What the fuck is that, Nintendo? And thank you. Didn't Von Karma have a thing that could track him? And it would beep when she was close? Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. I do love Francisca from Karma. She has a much better smug face than Edgeworth. Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. I mean, Shadow Mage, yeah. That's all you would need to say. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. I probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Chat, I have a decision to make. Do I make this a short stream and end it here? Or make it a long stream and see if I can finish today? That's the decision I must make. Yeah, that... So, not only is that what I expected chat to say, it's also kind of my instinct. I don't own Elden Ring, Crow, and I'm not going to play it until I finish Dark Souls, which is a long way off. Because after Bumblefucking Thundercunt, I'm scared to go back. You know what? That's appropriate, Mickey. Long stream it is.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Shush, Shadow Mage, you can't prove that. Yeah, I'll probably take a drink at around the 3-hour mark. Take a break at around the 3-hour mark. But it's the last case, and like it's obvious that we're reaching like the climax. I don't want to stop now. Thank you, Nikki.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Here's the thing, Shadow Mage. I haven't picked it up since that last stream because I got really frustrated. But one of my viewer goals for this year is to go back to Dark Souls. So, you know, it could happen. It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order, order, order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carida. Mr. Carida? Well, well. It looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
His theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. What evidence could I present? Oh! Oh, the camera! Yeah! The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard not to have known it was a fake.
What is this little item called again?
Oh my god. How do you get about the world when you clearly don't have a brain? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? I mean, Nikki, in my case, I don't... Like, yes, I don't have a brain, but I share Chat's collective brain cells, so it's fine. He really is, Tinker. He has incredible boomer energy. If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ugh. Oh, yeah, T. Is that a fucking Monty Python reference in my chat? Actually, is that a Monty Python reference? Or am I confusing it with something else? Because I know the song you're referencing. Oh, is it Wizard of Oz? I've never seen Wizard of Oz, so...
So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engarde's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engarde monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engarde didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? I love Edgeworth's getting sucked off in a wind tunnel face.
Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
That's the face, by the way. As I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engarde's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Okay, we had a parrot in the last game. I don't know how you could get weirder than that. Edgeworth stuttering? That's not like him at all.
Unusual? But what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
Wait. He's not gonna have pearls like Channel Kurita, is he? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to once and for all answer the question of who was it that hired Shelly the killer to commit murder? Oh, he's gonna call Matt to the stage, isn't he? Matt on guard. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's...
Yes, go on. Who is it?
The man himself. Mr. Shelly the Killer. Oh my god. Oh my god? He's calling the assassin as a witness, which means the assassin must be arraigned first. That is an incredibly ballsy move to make. I don't know to what extent that would even be allowed, but it's fucking amazing.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. Yes, Shelly the Killer? But wasn't he #cancelled? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this alright with you?
Do I have a choice here? I don't think I really do. Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is alright to do this.
Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Oh my god, it's the radio transmitter? That's amazing. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller, and I am a professional assassin.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor?
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. This is fucking absurd. I love these games. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya!
A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller.
Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Wankarita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Karita. Gulp. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well.
It is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelley DeKiller. What is he going to say? There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Oh, god damn it. Just tell me shit.
Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Something I must first state. Nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner?
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did...
Yes?
That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. So why are you on the witness stand? That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves.
What?
And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
Judge had better watch himself. Okay, so give me the name. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're gonna have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Okay, I've pressed everything except this. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
I'm not a badger. It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. Haven't I pressed everything already? The trust between you and your client?
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. These are the roles and duties an assassin and his client are to carry out.
I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. Thanks, Nikki. You said that your client had already broken the rules.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with the client
who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really? In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Okay, so just fucking tell us. I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client. Yes!
What is it?
I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness, what is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is? God damn it! What? Adrian Andrews. That was not how I saw that going. What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with his court. Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps? Knew it. But the question is, was she really the client? No, Matt told us he was the client. I'm so confused. He must be lying to us. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
Ugh! You Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. But that is a miscarriage of justice. Yeah.
Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent.
Yeah, but this is a lie. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, Nintendo, but given the way this game is, for a moment I thought it was like another twist. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard. My client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it's all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. It is, Shadow Mage. But it's all we've got at the moment. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
So there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celestine Pax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? We all know the right thing to do. What am I supposed to do? The answer, of course, is request that the trial continue. Phoenix. Can't do it, Mia. Can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know, but Matt on guard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. I mean, also because Matt just straight up told you, so... He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over. But he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? Never thought about it until now. I trust him? Hell yeah, you do! This is it. This is step 2 in rivals into friends into lovers. Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKilla.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But... That witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. God! Oh, Nikki, that would be so funny. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about, usually done?
What shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about Tumby in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? I'm actually going to take this opportunity to take a quick break. I'm going to put on some background music. I'm going to feed my kitty cat. And I will be back in 5-10 minutes. Also, for those of you who are not subs, I'm sorry. I am going to run an ad. Not because I'm super into ads, just because, frankly, they're a necessary evil of Twitch. So yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Why am I not hearing music? And I am back. God, Poop Poop Fart makes good music. And yes, I heard myself. And yes, I stand by it. Poop Poop Fart makes very good music. I hope everyone else enjoyed the 5-minute break. And let's get back into it. What? Oh, I forgot to unmute. I'm a dingus. As I have already stated quite a few times. Once, but you know, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Once, as quite a few times. Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that one Corrida was dead. Even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events. For the, 5th time now?
I think it's actually more than that, but you know, you've got the right spirit.
However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this.
I am Phoenix Wright. I need to question all testimony.
Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. You scrutinize the testimony, then...
Then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
Makes two of us. No, Shelley's testimony isn't great. I don't think there's anything to question there. Ah, Nikki. My client did it to frame another for the crime. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card? So that no one has to waste their time, including the police? I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy?
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything? To go and stab the deceased with a knife? And even hide my card from sight? That is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So Shadow Mage, his logic is the moment someone breaks his rules, they no longer count as his client, so the trust relationship doesn't matter anymore. Bubbles. I understand like half of the words in that sentence. Shadow Mage, I'm not saying that this person is correct. I'm saying that's their twisted logic. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. That's an interesting one. Bubbles, I know what you mean. What the fuck is Peanut Butter Baby? Ah. And what is Megan Thee Stallion? Ah. Correct, Shadow Mage? This is what I'm curious about. I don't know what Peanut Butter Baby is. Mine is from Pokemon. Bubbles. It's Surskit. From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room. Shadow Mage, I believe the idea is if the client violates the trust. Like, client-assassin trust is a two-way street. And if the client violates that trust by breaking the rules, then that trust relationship is already broken. And then, once that relationship is broken, then it doesn't apply to him either. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. Yeah, the rules are the way they establish trust. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Okay, so it is important. What proves that she didn't know? What proves that she didn't know when she entered the room? I remember the wine glass being out of place and that being important. Like, why is the wine glass there? The wine glass is there because she needed something to settle her nerves. Yeah. This is not the kind of thing someone does when they're, like, prepared. This is the kind of shit people do when they're shocked. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. Assassin, I suspect the reason is... I genuinely suspect the reason is a rating thing, and they didn't want it to be alcohol. Because there's no alcohol in this game. All the wine bottles are filled with some kind of fruit juice. Your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered.
But how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass?
Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted. Oh, right! She poured the juice for him because she thought he had passed out. which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. I can't prove it, but trust me, I did. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? Nobody avoids butt spot, T. It comes for everybody sooner or later. I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. You know, that's terrifyingly accurate, Bubbles. How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection to this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony regarding when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. I love these games. They are really milking this last trial for everything it's got. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
About a week ago? 1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. I don't like the when. Please stop. Nah, Misty Faye's ghost has died. It ain't ever coming back. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? On the night of the award ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So, what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in one Corrida's room.
That, unfortunately, does link more closely to Andrews than it does to Angard.
I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
Must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all.
That is correct.
And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Potentially. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Yeah, that doesn't link to Angard, unfortunately. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. Okay, so it wasn't important. Fine. We met at a certain bar to discuss... Okay, so you actually met her. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, correct? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else.
And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Yes. Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that this client really was Adrian Andrews?
Ah. I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. Did I fuck up? Ugh. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
I made progress on this one, and I still think this is important. Lizard! Hello, you also cute. Physically met Adrian Andrews. What am I missing here? Okay, so it's not important. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did.
It was only through talking with... Excuse me? It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. Because Adrian is a unisex name. He's never met Adrian Andrews, and so he hears Adrian, and he assumes. Get fucked.
That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face.
Yes, this is very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Huh? Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought, I can trust this person as a client. From the moment you saw him, fucker. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You've never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you'd ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Hell yeah! We made him explode.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. The thing is, Adrian has always made it clear that she is a woman. She uses female pronouns. That should be sufficient. Even if Adrian... like... she really doesn't, Bubbles. She has very normal-sized titties. But she's still a lady. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request.
She has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. I mean, Shadow Mage titty size does not determine anybody's worth. Yeah, that's where I hear. Oh no! I know he's meant to be, like, sweating oil, but it just looks like the radio is shitting itself. That is an awful animation. And it doesn't help that he's going, ah, at the same time. Ah. I don't know, Nikki.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
It might be battery acid, Nikki? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes. Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
And luckily for Mr. Tequila, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelly the Killer. This court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Ugh, I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
I mean, you're not wrong, Bubbles. This judge buys anything. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. Fucker, you just said you don't do that. I am mad. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. Oh my god, you're contradicting the things you said 5 seconds ago. The request was for the murder of one Corrida, and 2 or 3 other small things. Yeah, I'm gonna need some details on that. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter?
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, although he did mention that he never takes jobs by mail, so, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Oh yeah! Like, literally, T, while this dude is on the stand, he is digging her a shallow grave in the Nevada desert.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
You said you never did. Didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Come on, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Not when my voice is so much silkier. Yeah, Bubbles, someone else mentioned that. It's certainly been... It's recontextualized a lot.
Alright then, just cuff up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Tequila met with his client?
I do not. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Your line of questioning is just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Oh, very clever. I don't believe you. 2 or 3 other small things. I'm gonna need details. I don't miss her. I hate her, Elvie. I hope she's also in a shallow grave. That's not true. That's a bit mean. I just want to never interact with her again. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? You know, that's fair, LV. A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. Let him slide. Never let them slide. I don't know why the game asked you that. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Look, there isn't a bar in the top right. I don't think I can actually get this wrong. I need details. His testimony had fucking nothing in it. I need to know. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Karida's suitcase. Oh, thank you, Bubbles. I'll check it out after stream. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me.
It is important. I just don't know why. As you wish. So here's the thing. Thinking back on Adrian's testimony, she said that if she had got the note and the figurine, she would have destroyed it. She said she was going to burn it. So he clearly didn't give her the figurine, otherwise we wouldn't have it. Yeah. She was going to destroy the figurine, but she didn't, which means she never received it. Am I on the right track? Shelly the Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. Oh, she wasn't gonna burn the bear, just the statue. Just the note. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. If, even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands. I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Yeah, she would have.
Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going.
So, by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Hell yeah, maybe didn't even know that there was a puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Hell yeah.
Order, order, order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I am sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of the agreement. Oh, no. Oh. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Oh no. Oh no, Maya. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No! Please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. I don't know how to say that.
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution...
What has come over everyone? Even you are...
The prosecution... rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. Tequila's testimony is accurate.
I'm going to save. I feel like things could go very poorly very quickly.
That would mean that Shelley Tequila's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt on Guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Hello, Swift. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for believing in me. So, fun fact for anybody who's watching. I love these games. I never finished this trial when I played it previously. This is like all new to me. And I don't know how this ends. That's why I'm saving, because I'm terrified I'm gonna fuck up. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder? It is much appreciated. I enjoy doing my silly voice acting.
Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt on Guard, to the stand.
Oh, but Shadow Mage, someone has to request quote 3. What? Why are we doing this to somebody who's just arrived at stream? Just for Shadow Mage, but apparently also for Swift Entropy. Something that I'm apparently shockingly good at doing is the following sound. I don't know why I'm so good at doing that, but I am. Thank you, Red Mage. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
Ah!
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On Guard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
I will note, Trom, that just because someone looks evil doesn't mean that they're actually guilty of murder. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? It's Maya. You gotta save her life. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Thank you, Buttspot.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt on Guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. God damn it. All my heart is saying is ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. You're not helping. My client, Matt on guard, is... I legit... He's guilty. He's guilty. Maya wants me to find him guilty. He's guilty.
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. At on guard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... Holy fuck, yes! Oh. Oh, first love of my heart, you return to me. Francisco von Karma!
What are you doing?
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Oh! Oh, Swift. This is the prosecutor who was tormenting us for several cases, who brings a whip into court and, like, whips the judge. She's awful. I hate her. I also love her. She has such step-on-me-mommy energy. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes! I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. Bubbles, I just, like, mentally age up everybody in this game. Because, like, no, she's not. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. She has been a prosecutor since she was 13, Swift. This game makes no fucking sense. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Trum! No. You're right, but you didn't have to remind me. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence?
No, Trum! You're correct. That wasn't out of line. It just also dealt immense psychic damage.
This trial is already over. All that remains for me is to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. Oh, hell yes. This trial is going off the fucking rails and I love it.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
You must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Oh yeah, the music in this series is immaculate. And when it gets intense, it gets so intense. He didn't shoot anybody. But I still need to find out. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. Oh shit, she was shot! Yeah, so it does have something to do with her. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh! I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. And also to remind you of Daddy, who also got a bullet in his shoulder. Yeah, we all remember how that worked out. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. That's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. Correct, Ninten. Because he couldn't without revealing his guilt. I want to know about this videotape. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it. Bubbles! The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly the Killer is no ordinary man. That's gotta be super important. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Okay, so that's the final confirmation that the bellboy was the assassin. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. Oh, Malu. He takes off his clothes and then he takes off the skin suit. And to peer upon what is beneath is death for mortals. Hello, Malu. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on... That is curious. There's a button missing on this uniform. Also, the trousers are just so immensely stretched. This man must have a monster dong. Honestly, this series is wonderful. It's so dumb. I need you to understand that it's incredibly dumb. In the first game, in the last trial, one of the witnesses is a parrot. But I love it. It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. Oh, we're coming to the late stages. Oh.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It should be...
I feel like that... Nikki, how do you keep getting... out of QuoteBot? Oh, okay, no, that's fair. It is... Who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that.
Except maybe the videotape.
Thank you for your hard work, Miss Van Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful! Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? Phoenix, you are talking to a dead woman! What? What do you mean? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But, no matter what I think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of the situation for us. 2. The first. Make on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. That's not going to happen. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If on guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. No, the thing is, we've already been told how to do that. If you break the trust relationship, then we need to see what's on the tape. We need to see what's on the tape. It's as simple as that. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. Bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Shadow Mage. Shelly is all about, like, he hates backstabbers. If this tape is like a blackmail tape... The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The killer needs to see that tape. It's not about the judge seeing it. Yeah, Nintendo, that sure would be convenient. The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct. Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? Ooh!
Listen to that piano go fucking hog wild.
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
You're right about that, Elvie. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then, you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
I know it's a synth, but it is a synthetic piano. Like, it is imitating piano keys. This game's all fucking MIDI anyway. It's amazing what they did with it. Please share your evidence to who you think is the right person. Okay. Definitely saving here. Look! Look! The fundamental reason is, for several seconds, I did not know any word for any instrument other than piano. That's impossible. To turn this situation around in one try.
One try, that is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking on guard down at the same time. So the thing is, if I get on guard found guilty, Maya dies. If I get on guard found not guilty, Adrian Andrews is found guilty. I need to break that trust relationship.
And then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to?
Shelly the Killer. I like that these are still, like, separate profiles.
I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
Bubbles, no! I want to get this right. I don't want to fuck up. Fuck, I already fucked up. The killer has already seen the tape. Oh, fuck. Oh, I think I already fucked up. And if I already fucked up... Well, I don't know if he's seen it, but he tried to retrieve it. It's his tape. Fine. I'm an attorney!
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
Hello, Pikmin. I don't have anything to say to this.
How about you, Miss Van Karma?
Well, I was just shot, so...
I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue.
What? But I just wanted to show y'all that I'm an attorney!
No one understands what you are talking about anymore.
Wait, please, one more
That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant Matt on guard.
Fuck. I did this for you, Bubbles!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom like a little baby and wandered the streets alone. Wait, does this game have like a bad ending? I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. Oh my god! This game actually has a straight up bad ending. I didn't expect that. Okay. Let's try that again. So yeah, I still think I need to show the tape to Shelly. Well, at least I saw the bad ending. The thing is, I think the big thing, LP, is that I'm still not convinced. Because, like, it was his tape. He tried to recover the tape. So why would he not have seen its contents? No, Bubbles. Bubbles, I've already seen I've already intentionally seen a bad ending. Okay. Okay, if you're being serious... Well, I'm gonna try the tape, and I will take advice if the tape fucks up. Oh no, this is the same text.
Do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh! Oh shit, no! Haha! I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Yes, Malu?
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Right, it looks like I managed to convince him. Oh. Now I'm more concerned, Malu. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. How... Sir, you're a radio. How would you be able to see this? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. Okay, so he didn't know about the tape. Matt on guard told him to get the tape. Okay, so yeah, now I'm more convinced than ever. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it. So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. That's a good thought, Bubbles. The reason I went with tape is because it's one of the new pieces of evidence, but the spy bear is a very real possibility. Me? Yeah, this makes me think spy bear would also have worked. There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you. I had no idea.
Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing?
Blackmail, bitch! Isn't it obvious?
I would like to know why.
Why did Madame Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. I mean, that is also a possibility, Bubbles. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to see one get his. They're just... The only way they can actually get hard anymore is by watching snuff porn. And this was the best they ever got. No, they wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail.
Yes, that's where the video comes in.
With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Stop shitting out of your radio! Just, Thank you. I will take a quick hydrate. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use people around them. Nintendo, you saying that reminded me of a webcomic I love, which once included the word excrementalist, which is just incredibly powerful. To protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. No, Shadow Mage, it surprisingly isn't. It's a completely safe for work comic that just happens to include the word excrementalist. Most of the characters are like 12 and 13 years old. It's just amazing. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. Oh! So we've managed to do both things Mia suggested. We got him to break the contract, and now Matt will want to be found guilty because he'll be safer in prison. For the honor of the Dekiller name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I am, Red Mage! I didn't know other people knew Paranatural. Or have I spoken about Paranatural before? Because I adore it. Although, Paranatural, sadly, I still love it. I still read it every week. But due to the artist and writer having severe wrist issues, basically updates these days are mostly typed text with like 2 or 3 images. Because it's the only way he can keep up a reasonable pace without permanently injuring himself. It sucks, the story is still good, but I do like it from earlier when it was a more traditional comic. Chad is incredibly cute. Chad is just blowing my mind. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I will check that out, Red Mage. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. Shit, Malu. I don't really have a lot of advice other than take care of your wrists and hands. I would recommend wrist and forearm stretches, which is something that apparently a lot of artists don't do, but I should probably do it as well because it's important if you're typing. Or yeah, just tell your job you're not allowed to type anymore. I will now return to you, your precious item. Hell yeah, we saved Maya. What the? I'm not an item? God damn, Maya, I love you. Thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, Actually, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Miss Von Karma, where did that...
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Dude, sweating fucking bullets. Mr. On Guard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We've finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. I mean, the fucker's guilty. And now I don't need to worry about Maya. Of course the fucker's guilty. Matt on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self? Guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. Oh! The fuck? Dude was fucking tearing his skin off.
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good.
Thank you for the sparkles, T. It really does help.
That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be... Thank you, Nikki. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. The witness... How should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. God, he's a dickbag, I love him. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. I mean, I pegged her as the murderer right at the beginning, and the game really leads you down that path for a while.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. Everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. My tiggle biddies. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Van Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright.
Oh yeah, this is where I had to choose. We've already seen this. Fuck! I keep... Nintendo, I keep forgetting. God damn! You know, this game could avoid that if it didn't make this the body of an 8-year-old. Yeah, Swift. There's this thing in this game where, like, certain people can channel the spirits of the dead, and they, like, physically transform. You're looking at an 8-year-old. So, like, this is the body and spirit of of Mia, who is Maya's older sister, used to be our mentor. But she's possessing Pearl, who is 8. It's... To put it generously, it's very Japanese. Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth! I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Yeah. The woman with the double D's, like 5 seconds ago, this is her when she's got her own spirit in her. What? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? You know what? I don't know her exact measurements, Shadow Mage. She got big old badonka honkaloos. Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya is safe. You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her, Mr. Nick will save her. Why are you crying? Thanks. Oh? What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. Oh my god. Yes, disapprove of me, Mommy. About earlier. Thanks. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. Malu, I believe you're correct. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. Yeah, Edgeworth was accused of murder. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself into with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. Ma'am, I've beaten you three times out of the 3 times we've met. What? But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, and Phoenix has a whole lot of inches. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. I'm glad I could make you laugh. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. Yeah, they met when they were kids, and they all just looked like chibi versions of themselves, and it was great. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Okay. First of all, rude. Second of all, correct. But third of all, rude? Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. He was sort of adopted by her father. It's a whole thing. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Franziska threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? Oh my god, is this when Phoenix transitions into being Indiana Jones? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Everybody, it's Maya! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Aww, that's very cute. Oh, Nick! I knew you'd come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You knew I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. That is true. Is it really that easy to do something like that? I mean, Mia does it all the fucking time. Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. This woman has been starving for 2 days. Possibly we should get her some food. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. There we go! That's what I was expecting. Time to get this girl a bunger. Alright! I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Thank you so much! I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Food, Nick, food! Grub, chow, I'm starved! I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. Nick sure has nice buns. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
Oh boy, I'm so hungry I could eat an Octorok.
Perfect, Nintendo, thank you. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. I don't get paid! What? Oh, Pikmin. We don't have to ask. We know. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! Trump, you have triggered the Nicky trap. He's back! Thank you for the 50 bits. It is much appreciated. Our favorite himbo is back!
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I'd hit a telephone pole of all things.
A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? Oh, no, oh, it's everybody. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of Steel Samurai.
Thanks? Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't stop being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even. That's what I fear, Elvie. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone gather around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you are the one who saved the day, Detective.
Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Oh, well, you know, it's... Oh. Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
Elvie, you have just caused several levels of insanity for the whole chat. There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. Ooh, boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? Haha, you think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aww, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Ah. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Yeah, LV, I am going to request a this is too far. What is it, what is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Ugh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. It's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. You've eaten way too much, you glutton. She was starved for 2 days. Let a girl eat. Fuck off, Phoenix. I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? Just wanted to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? And I'll thank you by topping. And you can thank me by bottoming. Feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. You dick. What can I give him? The whip? How would that... I'm not gonna give him my badge. The badge is never the solution. I'm gonna try the whip. If nothing else, it'll be funny to see if he's into whips. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? She's convinced that Phoenix and Maya are in love. You and Mr. Nick, I mean? Pearly? Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. I am broke.
Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, you see? I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better, anyhow, for $3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it from me since it's on your tab and all. What the fuck? You can buy cameras on tab. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. No, Josh, to the best of my knowledge, he's dead broke. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now. You hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so. And that is the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. Since I've already been going for close to 5 hours, I'm not going to wait through the whole everybody talking thing. This was a lot of fun. In spite of how long it went, I am glad that I did a long stream. Yes, Nintendo? There's another scene? Oh god, okay, fine. I'll wait till the end. Gumshoe's back on the force. Yay. I mean that seriously, but also... Oh god, I'm so tired. Yo, my brain is melting. Yeah, thanks for joining, Swift. Oh, this was the cute lady from our first trial. Yeah, me too, Shadow Mage. Oh god, not you! Fuck off. Yeah, LV, that sounds like daylight savings. Also, why do you have such a weird sleeping schedule? Hi, Max. Oh, Malu, you must. Yeah, the clown. The clown is going to be back. I know he is. I don't want him to be, but it is the nature of the world. Everybody in this trial was just awful. No! No, fuck you. No, I hate you. I hate you. Just please go away. Thank you. Like, they must have known she was the worst character, right? Appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me. Received a letter? Ooh, from Francisca. Hell yeah, lesbians represent.
No! No, go away! You're just a radio. I do not approve. International departures, gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. It looks nice! The color suits him. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, well, sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
Yeah, but I want to know what it is.
What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have always been and will always be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. That's not a requirement for a prosecutor. It's concerning that you think it is. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. That was a bit of a tonal shift. Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. This last piece of evidence that never made it to you? Yeah, what was it? I'll take good care of this fourth piece. A 14-inch dildo. So I can give it to you when at last we meet again. It was a card with his face drawn on it? What? I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, that's the picture Maya drew. Okay, that's sweet. Okay. Now I'm for real done. Thank you all so much for joining me. This has been enormously fun. I am going to raid Cahill, because Cahill normally is not live at this time. He is playing Sea of Thieves with Sar, and I believe they're discussing the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. My next stream will be tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern Time, where I'm going to be doing a very, very special Smash or Pass, which I'm very excited for. For the rest of my streams, the best place to find them is if you join my Discord. Whoops. If you join my Discord, I have a schedule channel there. It is the easiest way to keep track of streams. Good night, LV. I hope you sleep well. As I said, I hope. Thank you for joining me. I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful evening, or whatever time zone you're in. I hope to see you around in future streams. And say hi to Cahill for me. Have a good one, everyone. Ciao.